Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. We're back to work on the Touhou Mother speedrunning tool. Yesterday we ran into an interesting bug, just like right off the bat. I think it happened earlier before I even got the project going, but yeah, we did take care of that, so we're back here now. One thing I wanted to address though was these boxes were pretty large in terms of size. I think I'm going to shrink them down now, because I was thinking realistically what I wanted to add, and I think I wanted to add 3 lines of text, which is only 24 pixels wide, so in theory I can shrink these down to skipping only 24 pixels at a time instead of 32. So I think we will do that. We'll leave the -32 there to size off the timer itself at the bottom, but then these blocks will be smaller, except apparently the first one. Why? Oh. I probably left the size the same, that's right. So we're gonna have a new thing just for this. This is the splits pane. So pane will be on based on timer pane's position -32. Go from there. And then the size will only be 24 in height. Like so. Instead of this, I can just use split pane for all these. Don't need the -32 anymore. And I have to change the size. Good. Why is there extra? I guess if it's 24 in height, should be at timer pane position -24, not 32. Because that's the upper corner, left corner. Yeah, so just reducing the size of that. Now, I was thinking more about this as well. There's going to be more stuff to display, but I was thinking it might be fine to just display the stuff up here. Like, this is already enough in terms of split data, and so if we added more, and we added some, like, module or widget above here, that would be fine. We can just display certain stats stuff up here, while everything else remained visible here. But I think the tool itself is going to be larger, like taller. Because I was thinking we're probably going to add more stuff to this. So in reality, the height of this is going to be something like 320 pixels. If I were to imagine, because we want to eventually render not only the splits, but also we need the stats stuff itself, and we need a video. I would like to have a running video of the last record. I think that would be nice to have. Someone has made a movie playback PegX before, which I think I could borrow and use because that would work great. I guess we should test that today. Maybe that's what we'll work on. I should get these displayed kind of though. So we're gonna have some kind of image. It needs to be displayed around here. Split name. The runtime to beat, I guess. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, and the attempt counts. That's gotta go over here too. So there's 4 elements we have to render in these boxes. So I guess we'll work on that next. I want to wrap this up a little bit, so this is in like a draw split kind of function. Or this might be fine, actually. Yeah, that's probably fine. Let's draw a rectangle for the image, which is going to be... If I add 2 here, then we'll have 2 pixel padding on the other side as well. So that makes this 20 by 20. So that's fine. And the title of that split goes here. If for some reason it's too long, I think we're gonna have to shrink it as well. In terms of the attempt counts, I think we're gonna need at least a couple here. So let's say at most, we're gonna expect that we're gonna need, I think, 11 characters, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the slash in between. This is like, well, I don't actually know if we need this here, because in reality, we're gonna know what the attempt count is, because we're gonna put that like at the top or something. So maybe we don't need this part. So maybe I'll just add parentheses. My old speedrun timer had something like this. So in parentheses, we would have the run count. So at most, we'll say this needs 7 characters. So 7 times 8 is 56. Let's add 2 pixels of padding, and that makes it 58 from the edge. Okay. And we'll just hard code that. I don't think we need to worry about it going any larger than 5 digits. 5 digits should be plenty, so... Let's just say that's going to be the total size of the text. It's going to max at that amount. So the string for the split, we're going to pull as a string view. Yeah, that's right. So this is split name size. So it's going to be drawn using proportional sized font. We'll do split, and we have no public accessors for this, do we? Nope. Great. So we're gonna retrieve, let's get all these, let's make getters for all these. Although I'll be honest, these being public, I don't think matters too much. We're not gonna be seeing them get modified by anything, at least I hope not, so I think we're okay with this. I'm just exposing them directly. So we're going to measure the size of this text, and we're going to change the X to be a certain maximum, or rather, we're going to figure out the ratio we need to scale this text in. So, split name, ratio. So it's based on the width, we're going to have a whichever is smaller. It's either going to be split name size.x or take it and divide it by how much space we have for this. So we've already taken off 24 pixels for the image. Remaining text space is determined by taking off 24. And then we're also taking off, what was it, 50, I think it's 58 pixels for the attempts amount. So the remaining text space is whatever the width of the split pane is, minus that, minus 82 it looks like. As for the y, we don't care, that's supposed to be a float, right? So we divide that, and that ratio is going to determine which we use. So we're either using, oh, I guess this is supposed to be 1.0, huh? So we're either using 1.0, or we're using that divided by the remaining text space. So just to get an idea of the math behind this, let's say we had a text that was 250 pixels in width, and the remaining text space was 224, right? So it would end up with this. It would actually scale it up. So these two need to be inverted. So good thing I checked that. So let's say we have a maximum size of 224, and the width was only like 172, right? That would make it too big, so it would use the 1.0, that's the minimum. But in the case of the text being larger, like let's say the text is supposed to take up 320 pixels, it would scale down to 0.7. That split name ratio is the X size we are going to use when rendering the split name in the program. So now we'll do our draw string prop decal at the position we want. So in this case, we're going to do starting at 24. We'll do the split dot name. It'll be a white, and the scale. So this is going to be at split pause plus 24. So like we said, the X scale is now going to be the split name ratio. The Y scale is going to remain at 1. Let's take a look. Why are we running right now? All right. So you can see the names there. Now, I think it would look less ugly if we brought these maybe down. So I'm thinking now we actually want to center the names, like right here. I think that makes more sense, right? So I am bringing them down by... If they're 8 pixels tall, they have 24 pixels of height. We want to bring them down by 8 then. And that should center them vertically. Okay. So then the next thing we want to do, we want to test a really long name, just to make sure that works correctly. I think timer, yeah. This is a very long split name. It's going to shrink that down a lot. Let's see it. Yes. So as you can see, it really shrinks it down. Now, I'm surprised this much is 50 pixels. I guess it really is. Like, it's going to take up this much space to display those numbers. I guess at that size it would. Okay. I mean, that's fair. I was expecting it to take up less space than that, but I guess if it's drawn at this size, right? That kind of makes sense. Maybe I'll make it smaller. Now I'm debating that. Do I make it smaller? I'm kind of tempted to. Like half size, right? Half size I think would make the most sense. But the times themselves, right? If we think about it, they're not even going to overlap. So maybe this isn't even a necessary thing. Like maybe the width is actually just minus 24 there, so we go all the way to the edge, and maybe minus 26 just to add some padding on the other side of things. Yeah, like this is what I more imagined it to be. Then the attempts count will go on the top here. Like I said, maybe we can shrink it just a little bit so there's a little bit of padding here, and then the time itself will go down here. I think that's fine. Add split names. Go ahead and commit that real quick. Always good to commit your code, just in case you ever have to go back. I will be 1 minute. Okay. Moving right along then. Next, we want to draw the attempts amount. So this is going to be right aligned. So we'll go straight for the size in the X direction. How do we do this? We need a rectangle. Yeah, the split pane dot size X. And then we will subtract the width of the attempts count. So we're going to get the attempts count size, which is actually going to be a formatted string containing, so I should probably have this, right? Attempts string, attempts text. It's going to be a formatted string containing 2 parentheses and then the attempts count in the middle here. That is... I don't even see that here. Run count? Is that what that is? Number of runs that made it. Oh, okay. Run count. I should have called it attempts. I think that makes more sense. Maybe I should change it now, right? I can see why I chose this name, but I think it's more clear that I call it attempts, because I'm already calling it attempts in here anyways. So, yes, yes, change all those. Quick little refactor there. Right. So that makes the attempts count size be get text size of attempts text. Then we get to draw it. We just do split pane dot size dot x minus attempts count size dot x. We're going to subtract another 2 for padding. We will go, I would say 1 pixel down here. And then the text itself, leave as white. Maybe we'll go gray here. Or we can go like a lightish blue, like a grayish blue color would be good. Yeah, I'm thinking something around here. Hi there, Plasticky. Welcome. And scale of 0.9. Something like that. Why is there so much here? That's not right. I said -2. Attempts count size -2. That is not right. Unless it's like adding another... It's not adding another space there, I don't think. I don't know why there's so much spacing there. Let me take off that -2. This doesn't seem right. Where is this extra? It looks exactly like 8 pixels to me of extra space. It's very strange. I don't know where that extra 8 is missing. Let me just do this real quick. So if the text starts not from the edge, okay, it does. So somehow this is adding an extra space here or something. Let me do this real quick. So that's just strange. Yeah, and there's just a gap here for no reason. Did I use the wrong function? No. Oh, I am using prop here. Okay, that makes sense. Oops. Yes, that would definitely do it. Okay, that explains it. Alright, now let me go back to the actual text. Okay. Yeah, that's better. It's just the parentheses is fat. So I will probably just add 2 here instead of subtract 2. There we go. That'll work. And then we'll have the times down here. Kind of the same thing. We want to have display time. Luckily, we already made a utility function that lets us display times, including how many decimal places we want. So this is the time the split occurred in the run, along with 1 decimal place. I think that's fair. And then we'll measure that string size. Display time size. I don't think we'll use a proportional font here either. And then we just have to render it, but in the bottom right instead of the top right. So we're going to add the split pane size this time. And then subtract the display time size in both directions. Yes, it would be in both directions this time. And then we subtract another like pixel for padding. I'll do the same color for now. That might be fine. A little bit too far up. I think the 0.9 was supposed to account for the bottom padding, so I probably didn't need the 0 there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. all this space. I don't know, maybe I will expand this out instead of making it 1 by 2. Maybe I will do 2 by 2. Or 2 by 1, instead go 2 by 2. Let's try it. Then I think that'll be fine for now. So the next thing we will have to do is... I guess I want to figure out the scrolling stuff first. So we're gonna have 2 extra panes. I should probably block them off now. And then if we add more of these guys, I need to make it so we can actually see where we're at visibly instead of these just rising up above. I just have to decide what those panes are going to look like first. So add attempts count and timer, or best time display. Okay. There's gotta be more we have to do with all this, but we'll return first. First, I want to take care of having more than just a couple splits. So when we have too many, obviously when we're going through the run, it needs to scroll down as we... Hello? As we continue. So I think after probably 10, it's probably gonna be too tall. And even more so when I add a whole bunch of other stuff at the top. So yeah, let's just say I added 2 more panes here, and then this would all be blocked off, so now these are covered. It should show the top ones at wherever the top is supposed to be. So let's go ahead and block off 2 areas for that real quick. So draw another rectangle. We'll just make this one at 0, 0. Go across the entirety of it. I guess I just use screen width, don't I? Make the height of it. Let's see, so this is going to display the game information. I don't think I need too much space. I want to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say 6 lines of text total. 6 times 8 is 48. I think that's a pretty good amount to make both of them 48 tall. You got to cast that. Let's just have a light little gradient thing going on here. Same thing? Yeah, same thing. Let me just encapsulate that real quick. This will be for the game display pane. And that's fine. Maybe a gray outline instead, like all the others. And then another display pane, just for video. Previous world record video pane. And we'll offset that by 48 pixels. Okay, so it looks something like this. So now we can clearly see the very first split is covered up because we have 2 other panes here which we're going to fill in with other stuff later. So because of that, this needs to be a scrolling list where the one we are currently interested in is always... Should we make it at the top or one below? Like, I imagine if we are going through a run and we're like, we split off to this one, and we go to the next one, like, it might be good to see the previous one, just because the previous one, it'll tell us how far off we've been, but it might also make sense to make it go all the way down to the bottom, see what the next split is called, or the next two, I don't know. Or maybe this... Yeah, there's a couple ways to do this. Like, showing the very last split at the bottom here might be nice because it tells us what the total runtime is, what the final split to beat is. And then having this one here with the next... Like, let's say instead this said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then this said 10. Like, that's what I'm thinking. And then this can go all the way down to here, so we can see all the previous ones, like how we're keeping pace, and show the next one. And then when I press to go next, instead of it going down by one here, it just keeps it at this level, but shows the next one and the final. I think that's what we want to do. It's kind of complex behavior, but I think that makes the most sense. Failed to push remote repository. Really? Really? See the output window. This is the output window. Hello? Oh. Connection was reset. Like, it just didn't connect. Hello? Okay, try again. I guess that's why it took a while. Now it worked. Add display panes. Other display panes. Okay. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So let me just write these behaviors down real quick. Just internalize them more. Better. So... display always have the current split visible. If the run hasn't started, the list should be scrolled to the top. Always have the last split visible. Scroll the list when the split before the last visible split has been reached. I guess that's the best way to word it. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure or calculate all that, obviously. The easiest way to do that is to first know how large our split panes are. So I'm putting those two at the top there. They're going to be the topmost panes. That way we know. And then we got to figure out how to draw these. So we could do this kind of a hackish way. We can render everything but the last split, so we can always do I minus 1. And then just leave the bottom one off. So oh wait, I did it backwards, didn't I? So start 1 off and go to the end of the list, because I forgot we render it in reverse order. So yeah, like this. So we just purposely leave off the bottom one from that loop, and then draw it separately and overlaid just at the bottom all the time. If we force it to do that, then it will always be at the bottom no matter what. That is a requirement. So we're going to have to break this function down a little bit, or turn this into a lambda function so that we can call any individual split to be rendered at any given position. So that's what we want to do here. So render split. I guess in our scenario, we just want to choose which split, which split index to render. and it does the rest, right? So then the rest of it remains the same, and we just call that over and over again. So we move all this in here, which doesn't change anything except for the I now becomes, let's see. So I is used to determine split index, and then the split position. Oh, now we're going to provide the position. That's what it is. So it's going to look more like this. There we go. So with that being said, we can now call render split simply with the split index and the split position, like that. Then we can render the bottom split by just providing it like so, where the split index is literally the splits.size minus 1, the very last one, and the position we're rendering it at is going to be split pane.pos minus 24. And now, even though split pane.pos is where the first one gets rendered, so I didn't need to do that actually. So it may look like the way it was before, but at the same time, it also is now overlaid. So when we make this into a scrolling list that moves up and down, this one will always be in front of it. Now, another concern is that when we start moving these up and down, this timer is actually behind them. And we don't see that yet because they haven't done that, but we need to move the rendering of the timer to be above the splits instead of below them. Oh wait, I lied. It's actually on top of everything, which I guess is even better. So, scratch that. So now we've broken this up, we can now make this into a scrolling list. So how do we do that? We always have to have, okay. If the position of the current list is, let's see. So we can get into more details about how this works, right? Scroll the list when the split before the last visible split has been reached. We can make this a little more detailed now. So in programming terms, what we needed to do is always to be the one. It always has to be the one before the last. Like position wise, it'll be like whichever is larger. It's either the position before the last or I guess whichever is smaller, right? Or whatever the original offset is. So for example, when the position before the last is way above us, then it's going to use the original offset of the list in all cases because it's way up there. This is kind of hard to explain. Maybe I should make a little graphic will help us visualize how we're gonna do this exactly. So let me just grab a screenshot of this currently, just for the sake of demonstration here. So let us say that this is obviously what we have to render. There's a couple more splits, but I'm just gonna... Actually, I can break this up into a little more interactive thing. Let's just say we need it to be this size or something. So I'm gonna paste those in. I'm gonna move this down to here, and then I'm just eyeballing all this, of course. And let's just say we had 2 more splits above this one, right? So it looks kind of like, say it looks like this, right? Okay, so this is, oh god, I actually cut it off. Hold on. Let me make it a little taller then. Well, you know what? This will work fine. So right now, this list, or this layer, is going to be below the other one. So as it moves, like, it's going to be covered up by other stuff. That's just the idea anyway. So what we want to happen is, obviously, if we're on like this split, we want it to be, this is like the position it would have to be at. We have like our target position, right? But obviously there's more room for us to display more stuff, and there's more splits down below. So when I say we're going for a max here, we try to display as many splits as we can at once until this is at the top of the pane. If this is the case. So when we have another split like this, where it would just look like this, it would still go towards the top until this position here, whatever this highlighted position, is below the spot that these are supposed to be in normally. So we have a target position, we have a highlighted position. If the highlighted position, let's write this down. So we can describe it as target position equals the position that the list will always have the current element visible at. So right now, this is going to be the target position. Then we have a highlight position. Like, for example, if we're on the first split, pretend that's the first split, this would be the highlight position. Highlight position is the position the highlighted item is at if the item was not scrolled. So if this is highlighted, it's at 0. If it's like highlighted way down here, it's at like, if this was 1,000 pixels tall, it'd be like at 1,200 or something, 1,100. Knowing what that position is, we can then adjust for the target position if it's below it. So when it's above, we don't move this list at all. We don't scroll it. It just keeps it at the top. But the moment, let's say this is, because this is the target position and our highlight position is below it, we take the highlight position minus the target position. No, the target position minus the highlight position, and that tells us how much we have to offset the entire list by. So when, for example, the highlight position is way, way down, like down here, then we take this position minus this position, which is like, say, minus 300, offset the list by minus 300, and boom, we now have it lined up correctly. Take target, so we'll say if highlight position is greater than target position, then move list up by target position minus highlight position pixels. Right. Unless we are at the last 2 splits. So there is an exception here. Let's say we get to the bottom of the list and we go to the next split. We obviously don't want to move the list up some more and create a gap. So the last 2 splits, if we're on either of the last 2 splits, the list is just lined up as if it was normal. So if the highlight position is greater than target position and the current split index is, or the total splits count minus 2 is, wait, we'll do it this way. The current split index is less than the total split count minus 2. Then we do this logic. So this is the pseudocode for what we have to do. We kind of described it out by visualizing a little bit. It's a very helpful technique, especially when you're trying to figure out exactly what kind of behavior you're aiming for, and you have slightly complex logic to do it, right? You have to kind of rack your brain to figure out what variables are involved, what items are going to apply here, where you're getting your references from. Just a whole lot to think about and a lot of moving parts, obviously. So, yeah, doing something like this is very important when you're about to do something a little more involved. So let's make sure we're committed. Okay. What did I change? I just moved the display pane's references. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's make that happen then. So start the list scrolled so that the top appears or is visible. That is the furthest the scrolling will go. So let's make that happen. We need to first figure out what height remains, which we can do. That's pretty simple. Remaining height, split display height is going to be taking the previous world record video pane's bottom side Y position, or you can use start or end Y position, and we are subtracting that from the excuse me, from the screen height minus the bottom timer pane, which is another 32 in height. So yeah, we take the screen height, which should be a float. I think if we subtract it, it turns into a float, but just to be safe, we're going to subtract the timer pane's size, .y, and then we're going to subtract the previous world record video pane's bottom position. And then we have the remaining split display height, which is going to determine where the start... No, the start of the list is going to be at the bottom here. So we already have that. That's where the initial split position will be. So let's just render it that way first, right? The split position now changes, I guess. We are rendering them in reverse order, though, so there's that. So I have to think of it in terms of what I've already offset all the splits by. So the split list size, we're going to need that for sure. Split list size is going to be the splits.size minus 1 multiplied by 24. So we know then that the split position, Y position, we will add by how tall the list is minus however many can be displayed. So we add the split, is that right? We add the split list size. If we add the split list size, that puts them all below. So let's just look at that real quick. Yeah, so now they're all below here. We can't see them. And then I subtract the remaining split display height, which is going to bring them back up. But only up till... Yeah. It looks like I'm off by 1. So I have to subtract 2? Or I have to add 1 to the... Hold on. Am I off by 24? Why am I off by 24? Is it because I subtracted 1? Okay. Well, either way, that's now set up correctly. So the next thing we want to do is the logic goes that this is the target position. When this highlighted position for the next split gets below the target position, that's when this list has to start moving upwards. All right, I will be right back. Alrighty. Back for more. So we've now offset our list. The next thing to do is to scroll it as it reaches the target position. Let's first calculate the target position. So based on the remaining split display height, we need to figure out where the ideal position of the rest of the displays are. So what's interesting about this is that this is assuming there's an exact pixel amount of distance between all of these splits, which technically there is. So the target position is by taking this, dividing it by the height of the splits, split pane sizes. I guess if I really want to, instead of multiplying by 24 here, we could write, the heck? Hello? I mean, split pane size y. Could do the same here, I guess. Maybe. Anyway. We divide that to get the actual number of splits that are visible. And then we have to subtract 1. Then we take this and multiply it back by the split pane.size.y. I guess here I can turn this into an int. Number of splits visible. So we want to subtract 1 from that, and then multiply it back by split pane.size.y, and that is our target position. Then we have to figure out our highlighted position. It's going to start at 0, and then each time if run started, we have to make sure the run actually started, then the highlighted position becomes equal to the current split we're on multiplied by the split pane size.y. We can take a look at those two variables. Maybe we'll just draw them for now to see what they are. Make sure they are more or less correct, and then we can go from there. That's the text itself. Target pause and highlighted pause. Okay, let's take a look. Conversion from flipped int requires a narrowing conversion. Ah, yes. Yes, because we do want to add a narrowing conversion here. I think instead of an int, though, let's round it. I think this makes more sense. It's probably going to still have us cast to an int after we round, but rounding will ensure that it's not going to be stupid. Okay, so target position, it says it's 168, and the highlighted position is 0. So when I press split, highlighted position is 0, then it's 24, 48. Keeps going, right? Now, right now it says the target pause is 168, which is actually incorrect. We want the target pause to be... It's kind of weird that it thinks that. It really is kind of weird. So, number of splits visible? I wonder why it thinks that... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 down. I guess that kind of makes sense, right? So we want to actually go -3 then. So the number of slits is a 1, 2, 3. That's where we want to actually be. So when I make the highlighted pause be 144, that's when we move the entire list up. So now we're going to add in that next logic we have. So we're going to call this the split offset. Split display offset. If the highlighted position is greater than, now I'm just following the pseudocode here, is greater than target position, and the current split index is less than the total splits count minus 2, then we need to move the list up by target position minus highlighted position. So we'll be doing split display offset minus equals target pause minus highlighted pause. Let's have a look. Oh, instead of minus equals, it's supposed to be plus equals. But yes, that is the idea. Now, when we get to nine, what does that mean? Why does it bounce back, is the question. I guess because the current split index is now not this, so it moves it all the way back up, right? I guess that is the reason. So actually, instead of doing this, I think it has to be the split display offset. Because what's happening now is it's going to go too far, but there's no extra splits for it to go up by. So there needs to be something that clamps it. Like it can't go any further at that point. It's almost like I'm moving it and I'm storing how I move it, but I don't really want to do it that way. I want it to always be calculated, right, on the fly. In case we go up or down again, I don't want to have to... I don't want to decouple the displayed movement of the splits from the actual displaying itself, which is why I want to do it this way. So when this case occurs, we have a special scenario where we always use whatever the previous amount was. So I guess the boundary now becomes... Let's do it this way. So we're gonna have another case, right? So that's one case, and then else, what do we do here? How do we define this? We keep it, the display offset, as if the highlighted position could not make this go any further. Oh, okay, so that makes sense. We just clamped this value then to handle that correctly, I think is how we want to treat that. And then we don't even need that part. So let's say this is going to be a, whichever is smaller, it's either going to be current split index or splits.size minus 2. We don't want it to go any higher, right? I think that's the way we do that. Ah. I went a little too far. So instead of this -3, I guess we did -3 up here as well. But yeah, after the -3, we don't go any further. There we go. Perfect. And if we were to see when we're done, it goes back to the top. And lets us do it again. Very good. Do we have any edge cases here? What happens if we have less than, like, when we have not as many splits? Not that we're going to run into that case here, because obviously we're going to have tons and tons of splits, but let's just say, right, we're looking for edge cases here. One of the edge cases would be, what happens if we only have a couple splits? How would those display? Yeah, I figured as much. Okay. So how do we handle that? It needs to be an edge case, like, if the list size is not large enough, it's not going to go up as high. So we need to clamp this list as well on the other end of the spectrum, because right now, the split display offset is just completely based on the remaining split display height. But sometimes, if the split list size is smaller, then we can't go up that high. So it becomes a matter of, is this larger, or is the split list size by itself larger? So whichever is larger, I guess? No, that doesn't make sense, right? Because when this is larger, it uses this. But this will never be larger because it's subtracting. Yeah, that would never be the case. So what are we looking for here? If the split list size is less than the remaining split, if the split list size is less than the remaining split display height, simply offset by 0. Don't offset it at all. Otherwise, offset by split list size minus remaining split display height. I might just turn that into an if statement so it's less messy. But yeah, that's what that looks like there. And then when we have more splits, of course, now the list size is bigger, so it'll look like this. Very good. So that handles that edge case. Let me turn this into an if statement so it doesn't look as stupid. So if split list size is less than remaining display height, instead make the display offset 0. Fixes smaller split lists. Cool. Introduce scrolling split display lists. So far, so good. Let's see if this compiles on Emscripten right now. Did the last one do it? Okay, good. Let's just see if this one does. Always a good idea to make sure, right? Why do I still have this here? Do I even need that anymore? Oh. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Yep, it built. There it is in action, the online version. Okay, cool. So far, so good. I kind of want to work on the video displayer now. So I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can pull up the PegX for displaying video. So give me just a moment to look for that. OLCPEGX Media. So this is what I'm interested in. Pyrotex made this a while back, and it's supposed to be a video player. Already functional, but work in progress. Figure out if required files can be uploaded due to license. Static dynamic libraries, FFmpeg headers. So this requires FFmpeg, which makes sense. Test out a library with other OS and compilers. Currently, library has only been tested with Windows 10 MSVC. Right. You'll need to download the following: Mini Audio and FFmpeg. Setting up FFmpeg, general instructions can be provided here. So this does turn it into MSVC only, so maybe this module we need to separate between Linux and Emscripten itself, or maybe from all the OSs in general, right? So open command prompt, type all this, then open msys2 mingw. I don't want to use that though. Expose MSVC compiler, I guess. Navigate to folder you want to build once again. Expose MSVC compiler and linker. Run configure script, run make install. Do I have to actually install or download it? Like, why do I have to compile it this way? I'm pretty sure I can compile it just using like CMake. I would hope I could compile it with CMake. Making sure you're not a bot. Well, that's cute. FFmpeg can be built on Windows with Visual Studio. The official guide is quite clear. Below out of date. Ew. Do I really have to do all this just to... Do I even need to do this? Like, why do I need the source code? I guess is my question. Can I just get the shared libraries from somewhere? Like, that's what I'm guessing I need here. I'm pretty sure this thing probably pulls from those two things. Custom audio playback, mini audio, includes all this stuff. So... like, it looks legit. Just have to have the right stuff set up, I guess. Define OLC Media Custom Audio Playback to not use default mini audio playback and play the audio yourself. Okay. Because we don't actually need the audio. Well, I'm willing to give it a shot. I'm guessing the shared libraries include this stuff then. So... FFmpeg. Let's see. Like, maybe I can just get them, right? Get the sources, get packages and executable files. Get the sources. I assume this won't have what we want. Well, let's take a look. YOLO? Like, if it has the libraries... Nope, it just has the exes. Okay. Which, like... That doesn't really help us, because that... If anything, all this does is, lets us get information or export, like, images for the videos at once, but exporting the videos as images and then displaying them, that's gonna be a lot of images. And it couldn't be done in real time, really, either. At least as far as I know. Unless FFmpeg can, like, pass in the raw pixel data? I don't know, that seems kind of weird, right? Can we do that, I wonder? That's not what I was looking for. I mean, let's see if we can do that, right? Get display video frames FFmpeg CPP. Like, I assume this thing does what we want, but we need to get the FFmpeg libraries. FFmpeg can be built to run natively on Windows using the MingW64 toolchain. Install the latest versions. The MSys2 MingW64 environment provides ready-to-use toolchains and dependencies through Pacman. FFmpeg can be built with MSVC. I need the following prerequisites. Okay, I mean, it looks like I don't really have a choice then. And then linking. Excuse me. Pre-built libraries are available here. Select shared to get the H and DLL files. Oh, shared. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. I think. I hope. And lib. Yes, okay, so these have the libraries I need, which is fine. Then I can just use those instead of building it myself. I'm like, I feel like it would be dumb, then I would have to do this all myself, so that's good. Now it just becomes a matter of what we need, or if we need all of them, that kind of thing, right? Include. So here's all the header files. So we're gonna be doing one of these. The way I do this usually is in my documents, I have an include folder that I like to throw all my libraries into. So in this case, we're making one for ffmpeg, and then ffmpeg has all of these. So we're going to be adding all those into there. So now the headers are included, and then the libraries, of course, have to go in all these have to go in, I want to say here under Eastern Star. So those will go in here. And then finally, the DLLs themselves, I think, are supposed to go in here. So for now, I can just throw them in, but I think eventually I would need to... God, they're huge. Gigantic files. I have to include them like this too. But yeah, we got all those. And then we can set up our Visual Studio project to use those things. And then hopefully after that, by including these, they will be detected, as they should. So let me grab this. LC pegx underscore media. So right now, obviously, it doesn't know what these are. We're going to include them. I am changing these out to use... Actually, I think if I leave them like this, we should be able to get them to work. So we're going to project properties. We're going to go to directories. Include directories. So in include directories, we have to add the include file I had earlier. Just going to be found right here. So that's going to give us all those. So now we can see that's happy. Then we have to include the libraries. Under linker. I think it's going to be additional dependencies. No? Hold on. I think I missed something here. So we got the include directories. No, I think I was right. Should be under... Yeah, it should be under additional dependencies. I'm like pretty sure. Maybe I'll take a second to pull up another one. Let me pull up my Adventures in Listoria project real quick. You can take a look at that. I'm pretty sure it's additional directories. Additional dependencies, yes. So all the libs go in here. So we do the... Oh, you know what? It is just the libs, actually. Yes. So we can see here all the libs are included. Right. Okay. That tracks. Now I just have to add them all in, which is going to be annoying, but... Let's see. We got... avcodec.lib. I assume they follow these names, but I'm just gonna make sure I get them all here anyways. avformat.lib, swscale.lib, pix desk. So I don't see that one. It falls under libavutil. Okay, avutil. Oops. And then we have SW resample. Yes, okay. So including all these libs should account for that. So let's first just try building the project. I don't think you'll complain about anything quite yet. Cool. So the next thing we have to do is try to figure out how to use the PegX. So once again, we're not going to have it decode audio for us, although I guess in this case it can, just conveniently, because we have mini audio included, which is kind of funny. Let's just have it there for now, but later I'll probably disable it. So we're supposed to create a new media instance. Let's do this. Do I have to include the... Oh, no, it just works. Cool. So we're going to include the media PegX, then we include media, video, and then we're going to go into here, and the first thing we have to do is called media.open. So we need a video to open. You can just choose kind of anything, maybe something short preferably, maybe one of my hamster things that we did for Game Jam. See if this is fine. That was very short, but okay. Maybe this one? That's fine. Okay, let's use this one for now. It's kind of large. Maybe this one instead? Yeah, well, let's do that one. That one's fine. You know what? Well, we'll just do this one. Why not? Video open. File name. Looks like it has to be a... is it U or is it... Oh, I guess it auto figures it out. C drive / users / Sagon / videos / that should be correct. Let me just make sure that's the correct path there. Cool. So we'll call open there. Looks like I have to include the L. I think it's L. Or is it L before? Doesn't like it. I mean, it says that's what I have to do, so is this just not working code? Because it says it's a... Well, there's probably... Hold on. Hello? File name, string. Okay. Okay, so these aren't optional. Open video, open audio, sure. True, true. Media settings, which I'm gonna guess it. Playback settings, pass null pointer for default settings. Sure. Let's just do that. Let's see if this works. Okay, there are errors. The C++ standard... Okay, hold on. God damn it. Okay, so... The C++... these are deprecated in C++ 17. The C++ standard doesn't provide equivalent non-deprecated functionality. Consider using multi-byte to wide char and wide char to multi-byte instead. You can define silence CXX17 code convert header deprecation warning to suppress this warning. Oh, I remember having to do this for, I think Adventures in Listoria as well. So I'm going to actually... I know there's a way you can do this through, like, pragmas or something. You can define silence. Let's see if it'll pop up here. Wow, okay. You can define silence, underscore CXX17. Maybe it'll pop up now. Underscore. Can I just copy this, please? Gosh. Take off this part. Should pop up. Enable to remove warning for deprecated features. Defining it as constants does not stop. Please use /d silence. Okay. Instead of in your source code to define this macro separately. Yeah. Okay, that's what I expected, honestly. So if we go in here and we go under all options, well, that's the linker. How about here instead? Silence all CXX17 deprecation warnings. So we're still getting errors. Let's take a look at why. We're not getting those anymore, but channels is now a member of AV codec parameters. Why not? Am I just using the wrong version of it? Like, why do I not have the same stuff, you know? Interesting. Do I even need this is the question. AV packet size was declared deprecated. So this was probably using an earlier version and now there's problems with it or things have changed. There were broken changes. So the question is, let me see if this mentions anything about what libraries have to be used. Because, I mean, I just grabbed the ones that were available, but it doesn't mention anything about... Oh, goodness. This was 9 months ago? I mean, it's only a couple places. Like, the question is, does this get used anywhere? I assume it does. Right? Maybe? Maybe not. Like, commenting them out, it doesn't seem like they get used anywhere, so... Oh, here we go. Audio resampler. So maybe it's for audio specifically. But like, we go a little further here, and... Like, if it's all for audio stuff, I guess we can forego it. Honestly. Because I do not actually need that functionality. But we'll see. And I don't care if it was declared deprecated. Can we still use it? Let's see if this can be fixed. Compiler warning level 3. To turn off deprecation warnings, define the preprocessor macro. What? CRT nondescript, no warnings. C4996. This warning is always a deliberate message from the author that declares a symbol. Don't use the deprecate symbol without understanding the consequences. To fix this issue, we usually recommend you change your code. If you need to use existed functions, you can turn off the warning. To turn off for a specific line of code, use the warning pragma. To turn off the warning within a file, or disable the warning using preprocessor macros. To define only in specific, use this before any line that includes the header file. Okay. So /STL enable additional security checks. Compiler option elevates this warning to an error. So can we undo that then? I don't think it's in there, is it? Well, honestly. Oh, there it is, /STL. So I want to turn that off. STL checks. So I'm going to say no. Okay, so now we're down to 6 errors. Now convert argument 5 from AV codec pointer to, wait, what? To const. Okay, so it's a const issue. Well, why not? I mean, one's const, so can't we just cast it to const? There's another one. Yeah, another one. Yeah, we can directly convert it to const. I could also const cast it, but same deal, I think. So now we're getting linker errors. Already defined. Ah, okay. So this is what the error for that Pyrotux mentioned in here. This issue is required define macro to use header. Single header libraries use macros to enable header implementation. This header doesn't have one yet, so you would need to change it so you can only use the header, like such. So how would we go about fixing this? Let's see. Not defined. Define lcpegx media h. Wait, does this not work? Confused. It's just that it would get defined again, right? And again. So I see. These need to be separated. Like this file now needs to be separated because it doesn't have just... Where is this it? Right here. Hold on. I think I'm seeing... No. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, so this... Unfortunately, this thing doesn't work right now for a single header file solution. Huh. So what do I do then? I can't use it for that right now. That's annoying, isn't it? Audio device undeclare identifier. Don't even need it. Like, I can disable these aspects, I think. Don't even want it. Okay, so now we're back to the linker issues. So the question is, why can't we do it like this? I guess because easternstar.h gets defined somewhere else. So would we be able to forego that dependency is the question. We'd have to look at the other header files. That includes LC Pixel Game Engine, split, string, whatever. Well, let's just search for it, right? Include easternstar.h. So there's one under timer and hotkey. So what would we have to do to get rid of that dependency and only have it available in one place? Is that even possible? That's the question. Let me think about that for a second. I mean, honestly, the best way to handle this is to do the proper thing and separate the header correctly. It's gonna be annoying, but I kind of have to. Hmm. Yeah, okay. Well, that's gonna suck, because this is a pretty large file. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Can I just make these all inline? I feel like I should be able to inline all these. Realistically? It seems to me like that would work fine. Let's just try inlining them all first. I think that would do it. Oh, this is right. That way the compiler will say, oh, okay, I don't have to include this repeatedly. And we'll just try to see if that will... It would be the quick fix. The only reason inline wouldn't work is if this depended on something else, and then that would cause an infinite, like, recursion. But it doesn't look like that will happen here, so I think inlining all of these is the right call, and is a very easy way to handle this. Is that right? That doesn't... See, like, these are all defined as, like, implementation, so it's like, that's interesting. Inline, 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 everything's inline. You all get inline. Please tell me this is all I'm gonna have to do. I guess the next question is, does this even work, right? Does this do what it's gonna do? Because that's the other thing. It's like, will this even give me what I want? Question awaits. Are we almost done? I don't even know. How far are we? Where are we? Okay. We're getting there. Okay, I think I got everything. Let's see if it builds. It builds. Okay. So we can see here that FFmpeg has successfully loaded things. It's recognized the video. It says the video is 20 seconds long. So it's good that it's recognized that. So the next thing to do is to try and view it, I guess. So now we get to use these. Decal, get video frame. If frame is not equal to null pointer, draw a decal. Let's see it. I'm just gonna do it here for now. Video, get video frame, delta time. Is it delta time? Okay, yes. F elapsed time, and then draw it. There we go. It's huge, but it's there. We can scale it down now to see it. Scale it down to like 0.1, 0.1f. Let's take a look. There we go. There's my video playing. Okay, that wasn't too bad, right? To get working. I just have to inline everything. And then it's a matter of just playing that video wherever we need it to play. And then I presume I can like rewind it, restart it, whatever at this point. Let's see what we got. Play, pause, seek, skip video frame, play, pause, open. Is that it? We can just seeks the media to specify time point, wanted timestamp in seconds. So if can I go to 0 seconds? So if let's say I hit the R key or something. Let's see what that does. We'll just restart now. Yep, that restarts it. Beautiful. And it just shows here that we're seeking back to that point. Very good. Works great. Well, cool. Obviously this isn't gonna work for here, so we should see it fail when I commit, right? Also, do I even bother including any of this? I don't think I should, especially not these. These are huge. I think I forego all this. We're gonna ignore all these. Ignore the libs. Are these huge? I don't think the libs are huge. They shouldn't be. They're small. Maybe I'll just include them anyway. Why not, right? Uh, add video playback. Yeah, this obviously won't work for Mscripton, so I think I have to specifically forgo that. Because it's gonna... should break right here when it tries to build or link. It's gonna be like, what are you doing? Yeah. So at this point, we have to account for that, if I even care to. What would be the easiest way to do that? I could just make a dummy class specifically for Mscripton. That could work. Sure. But then all the functions related to it, I would have to also make dummy functions for, which do I care to, or do I just forego all that completely? I guess what I should do is encapsulate it all into like a video playback class, and then that can just be completely ignored in the Mscripton version. I think that would be the best way to handle that. So I think we will. Let's see. So I'm going to call this the video class. And all the video class is going to do is have the instance of the media PegX inside of it. And then we'll have the play and reset functions, I suppose. We also need to actually load the video, of course. The play and reset functions, I guess. Play, reset, start functions. And that should be it. But that's very cool. That's going to be a nice feature to have as well. It seems to be bug-free. I guess I need to test it on a very long file, huh? But we'll see. I don't think you'll have any issues. I hope not anyways. Like, please tell me it doesn't have any leaks. Like, that would be very unfortunate, right? But yeah, let's take the time to do this. So okay, so we're moving that header into here. Let's see, PegX media. Boop. Boop. This doesn't use the LC namespace. I think I will. Then we need some public functions. We'll have play, or let's see. We'll have initialize or load video. I think that's fine. Video. We'll have play. Do I really need a play? Yeah, or start, I guess. And then we need a reset, because we're not gonna speak or anything during a run. That's just silly. Now we could pause a run in theory, which should pause the video as well. Pause the video, huh? So I guess we do need a pause. Is there a pause here? Well, I guess I haven't checked, huh? Let me see, we have to go in here for this. So it'd be video, start, it would be void. So we have pause, we have play. So what's stop gonna be then? I guess stop is just gonna be a pause as well. Or actually it'll be a seek to 0 and a pause, right? I guess that's how you would do that. Hmm. Oh, that's a feature I forgot to mention. The auto splitter thing too. That's one thing I want to eventually look at. So we're gonna have that at some point. Like honestly, do I even really care about having this have any sort of viable mscript support? I guess like specifically the video and memory reading aspects obviously won't be part of it. I guess it's more just to have it there in case I need to mess with it like on the go, because then I'll just like be able to compile it more just to show off like the basics of it, right? Which I guess doesn't really lead to much. Like this isn't the project to have mscripton compatibility for, if I'm being totally honest. But yeah, we'll have a start, we'll have a reset, and a pause. Okay, so load video. So this is open. Uh, we can go over here. It's fine. Can I get this half screen, please? Don't know if I can. Well, window. Oh, maybe. That's not half screen. That's like a lot less. Come on, Windows. Don't do this to me. Whatever. But yeah, it would be something like that. And this is not going to be hard-coded, obviously. We need to get that in a settings file. I don't think I'm doing data file stuff yet. Nope. Eventually I want to, because obviously we're going to need it for settings. Maybe I should do that next. Add a configuration file just to read in stuff like this, right? Anyway, start would be this video.play. Does this also mean we want to seek just to be safe? We might as well. Pause and reset. We also have to provide the render for it, don't we? And if we do, we have to have the engine itself, the Eastern Star. So yes, that means this will be included, so we don't need to include using namespace LC anymore. Did my thing not work for the... Oh, my chat thing didn't work. Why not? Now it's here. Okay. I was about to say, like, I didn't hear anything earlier with that one message. That's fine now, though. Yeah. It's like, that's supposed to be there, but it... I guess I forgot to open it. Oops. We have to specify a position, and I guess we have to specify the scaling of it, but like, so the scaling is dependent on what the video size is. Can we get the video size? Get video frame. So since we get a decal, we can get the video size that way. Well, I'm glad that PegX just works. It looks like I can get the video size just by getting the decal size information, which I guess is fine. The reason why I care about that is I want to draw the video in a very specific area, right? So if we specify the rectangle that we want to draw them in, video draw area. So if we specify position and size, we'll fit the video into that area, I think is the way we're going to do that. We might have to write a little small algorithm to handle fitting a video into a space, but I don't think that'll be too bad. So we use pause here. Use pause, we need an unpause. Pause and resume. So resume will just play again without resetting it. Then we have reset. Reset doesn't play it, but does seek back to the beginning. And then we have the draw function. And this is the one that's going to require some fun stuff. Why did I need Eastern Star here? I don't even know now. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Oh, for the engine. That's right. Okay. So yeah, I need a... Well, I can forward declare it. I can forward declare it here. Let's just do that. Class Eastern Star. Include geometry 2D. Oops. Let's see, util geometry 2D. That needs to go there. Should be fine there. And then using namespace OLC. That should take care of all of our, oh, and utils in our case. Maybe? Maybe? No? Media is undefined. Well, we can't use both? Surely we can use both. That would be ludicrous if we couldn't. Okay, it was just being slow, that's all. Okay, for drawing, we gotta do engine. Oh, now we get to include over here. Eastern Star. Let's see. So based on this video draw area, we need to fit the video inside of there. Okay. How would I go about doing that? So there are 3 scenarios. And I guess we have GIMP open so we can just, or I closed it apparently. But we have 3 scenarios here. The first scenario is if we provide a region where the video fits exactly within the square. If it does, we just draw it. So let's just say if the I guess it's more like the aspect ratio, right? If we take the aspect ratio and it matches the aspect ratio of this provided rectangle, then we don't have to fit it in. But we're going to be writing a more generic algorithm where, like, say we have a video that is square, like this. Let's take it with a different aspect ratio. We have to fit it within the square, wherever that's going to be, right? So, and we want to, I guess we want to center it, ideally. So it'd be like, the first thing to do is figure out, I guess first is to size it, because what if we have a video that's smaller than the area we have to draw to? We have to scale it up, right? But how do we scale it up? We just scale it up until one of these 2 sides is larger in terms of, you know, width or height. So how do we describe that in coding terms? I guess what you would do is you would do division on both the X and Y axis to cover it. So for example, let's say we have a 19 by 1080 region. So let's say we have a 1920 by 1080 video, and we have 300 by 300, right? The first thing I would do is do 1920 divided by 300 and 1080 divided by 300. Both of those will give me some kind of value, right? So let's say, can I make this larger? There we go. Let's just do that. So this gives me a 6.4, and the other one gives me a 3.6. So what this tells me is that the maximum scaling I can do is 3.6 times. I have to choose the lower of the two, because if I went for 6.4 times here, the image would be too big in height. Which makes sense, because 1920 by 1080 versus 300 by 300, we're expected that we're going to go only slightly larger in the y-axis. So in the same hand, this is now going to be converted to the 3.6 times scaling. So then we take our original video and we do 300 times 3.6, which now gives us the 1080 along the y, and then we get a 300 times 3.6, which gives us 1080 along the width as well. So we get a 1080 by 1080 video out of that by doing this. So finally, we have to center it, and centering is easy. Since we know that we maximized out on the y-axis, we have to center along the x-axis. If we do 1920 minus 1080, we're going to get 840 pixels. Divide that by 2, and you get 420 pixels, and then you're going to offset the video from the upper left corner by 420. And that gives you a centered video. Same with the y-axis if for some reason we were going for a more vertical approach. Not too bad. Now we just have to implement it. So first things first, get the ratios of, or firstly, get the video draw area, which we already have size-wise, and get the video size. So video size, we have 2D, video size is going to be video, get decal, get video frame. I wonder if this costs anything. Gets next video frame even when media is paused. I don't think this costs anything. The only thing it would cost is probably when it gets updated, and we're not updating it, so we can do sprite dot, or is it a pointer? It is. Width and height. Does it have size? There it is, size. Returns a VI2D. I guess I'll use that instead. Fair, fair. So after we have the video size, we need to figure out the ratios. Oh, what about tinier? Does this work when it's tinier? Okay, so let's say there was a 120 by 90 drawing area, and we have a 300 by 300 video. Does this work the other way? So do a... Okay, so let's see. It would be now 120 divided by 300, and 90 divided by 300. Hmm. 0.4. 0.3. Okay. So now in this instance, if we did the same thing as before and chose the lower number, right? Yeah, that would still work. Um, does this still work the other way? Yeah. Okay. So 300 by 300 video would be shrunken down to this 0.3. Yeah, so it does work. I mean, that pretty much makes sense. Yeah. Logically speaking, that would still work. Okay, so figure out the ratios going into this. X ratio and Y ratio. The X ratio takes the size of the canvas, video draw area dot size dot x, and divides it by the video size dot x, and then the Y ratio does it for the heights. After we get that, we figure out which of the two is smaller. I think there's like a function you can use to get which to pick. I think it's I forget exactly. I'm pretty sure there is a function that lets you return like either a reference to A or B in C++, but I can't remember what it's called. Let me think about it for a second. I think it would be in the algorithms library. And maybe it's like whichever one is smaller, right? Returns the smaller. I mean, I guess that's min. I guess that is what min does after all. Okay, so whichever is smaller, duh. But based on that, we have to also know which one it actually is. So, I mean, if these return references, then we can check, you know, is equal to this or is equal to this. But at the same time, that statement can be broken out into a logical statement like this. If x ratio is less than y ratio, then we are using that ratio. Or we can just say whichever is smaller, right? Applies to both. Right, because once we have that amount, we multiply it by both to get the final video size. So final video size ends up being, do I want to VF2D this? Probably. So final video size is the current video size multiplied by the smallest ratio. And then after that, we have to take it and center it. So when we're drawing this now, we're using draw decal. Well, first we have to, I guess we have to get the video frame no matter what, whether we're drawing it or not. Or whether we're calculating all this stuff or not. We still have to get the decal itself. We have to make sure it's non-null, because if it's null, then, well, we have nothing to use. So there is that. Does not know what this is. Expected a... What? What? I'm confused. I mean... Yes? How do you not know what a decal is? Oh, I see. I deleted this somehow. Oops. If video frame is not equal to null pointer, then we can do all this. Otherwise, we just don't draw anything. Also, all these are const. Mm. So we have to center this decal. Now that we know the final video size, figuring out how to center it is as simple as taking the width of the draw area. Now what about for... Hold on. So we do have to know whether it's the width or the height, because we have to center it based on that. I guess we could figure it out here then, right? If X ratio was less than Y ratio, this means we center... we have to center vertically. Yes. Else, we center horizontally. I believe that's correct. So to center vertically, we just take the height of the video draw area, we subtract it from the final video size, video offset, I guess is what we want to use here. And we can even go as far as putting out here, so it's starts off with 0 and gets adjusted as such. So we don't touch the x-axis, we just do video draw area size, or not size. Wait. Yeah, no, size. Y. And we need to subtract that from final video size. Now, what if it's... Well, it's always going to fit, right? Do we just do centering in both directions, now that I think about it? Yes, we do, right? Because if it matches, then there's going to be, like, no centering at all. That's actually correct. You just do video draw area minus the final video size divided by 2 after you've figured out what the difference between them is, and that gets you your offset. Then you just draw it at that position. Original video draw area position plus the video offset. There we go. And then the scale is going to be the smallest ratio. No, that's not right. Is that right? Because we've already figured out the final video size based on that, so yes, we use the smallest ratio in both directions. Yes, because it's always going to be scaled the same in both the X and Y axis. So it's going to look like that. That gives us our video scaling. Now that that's all done, we can go back to Eastern Star, include our video object, video class that we have here, and go from there. So now, let's go ahead and add that in, where we should be able to specify the actual pane that it's supposed to be drawn in, and make it work based on, you know, when we start our splits and stuff like that. So here is the game display pane, the previous world record video pane. So we're going to be doing video. We need a way to access that, don't we? I guess we go here. Unless we want to say the video is contained within the timer itself, which it kind of needs to be, because it needs access to... Or, no, it doesn't have access to that stuff. But, yes, it's part of the timer, essentially. Now that I think about it. Yes, that does make more sense. Fair. Okay, go ahead and throw that in here then, instead. So that's accessible from here. So we will do video.draw. And the draw area. What's cool is we can just specify the pane itself. So that's cool. Looks like I missed these two, but I mean, they're technically the same, but why does that keep happening? I swear that's not supposed to be the behavior of that. Whatever. Previous will work. Video pane, good. It's more or less what we need. That should be drawn there. Let's just make sure this compiles and runs first, and then we'll go ahead and proceed with all the other stuff. Looks like I missed some things. What? Oh, right. So all this can go away. That can go away. And we have some problems here. So there's no conversion, or there's no minus operator for these two. Oh, yeah. This is supposed to be pause. Or no, this is supposed to be size. So that's just a typo. Okay. It's just spamming my console. Video is not open. Of course it's not. Okay. So we're running now. Next thing to do is we are going to call load video. And we'll specify, I guess we're supposed to specify the video name, huh? Yep. So take that out of there. We have to convert to string, don't we? Just... Yep. Yep. Done. Okay. So load video. I just want to see if it will actually pop up at the right size and centered. Hopefully it does. Cool. We can see it's right there, the frame at least. I'll be right back. So next thing we want to do is tie all of the controls to also running the video, because essentially what's going to happen is when doing speedruns, the world record video of the previous run is going to display in that little pane there, and because of that, that's going to be useful to have going like that. That's why I wanted this functionality in the first place. So this program has like 3 like core things it needed. It obviously needed to be a split run splitter, so it has that functionality, at least somewhat. We're not quite done with it yet, but we got at least the display of it working. It needs to be able to display video, which is what this is doing now, so that's good. And then finally, it needs to read memory from another program, which is what we're going to be working on next. I think that one's going to be a little more involved. Okay. So when we start, oops. Advanced split. I guess that's not going to help us here. Where's... Oh, I guess we do call this at the start. I mean, I wonder if it's necessarily... I mean, like play, both resume and start our play, just the seeking happens. I guess technically we don't need this. So this function is redundant if I'm really being specific here. It's just when we hit resume, which is also called on advanced split, then it looks like all this will do is call video resume. These almost are tied completely together, just internally they do different things. So here's pause, and then reset will also call reset. And I think that's it. That will make that run. So now, if I hit this, well, right now we have a blank decal, so, I mean, it says it's loaded here, just it's not running for whatever reason. I don't know why. It was doing it before, so what's different? Oh, you know what? I know what it is. We have to call, like, the function that actually updates the frame. That's what we have to still do. So we have to call update. We'll include the elapsed time in there. That's what we forgot to do. Yeah, there is an update for this. It's called get video. Wait, we already did that, didn't we? Oh, it has an overload. The overload advances. Returns next video frame unless media is paused. When only video is playing, delta time is used to synchronize the video. If video plays together with audio, delta time is ignored. Video synchronization is based on how many audio frames were consumed. Media was paused before a single frame could be decoded. The return frame might be empty. So that's interesting. It says return to decal's pixel data might change when you call one of those again. Okay, that's fine. Only use this function if you want to implement video synchronization yourself. Okay. Like, my original thinking was maybe this... Like, I don't even know if I want to put this in here, to be honest. What if I just put it in here? So draw is constantly updating it as well. It's just... That actually might be the better play. That makes more sense to me. Let's just do that. So now, have this, hit that, still nothing. Why? Let me just real quick jump to here. Are we getting a null pointer? No, we're not. We're getting some video frame data. Are we... Well, I guess we can't really know what this is doing. We have to look at this structure for any information. How do we know if we've passed? Like, here's time base. Video frame. That's what we're using right now. Video height, video delay, delta time accumulator. So it says 11 seconds has passed. Hello there. Welcome. Denizozagur. Something like that. Anyways, going next should accumulate that. So I think it's clear that that is working fine. Just what we're actually seeing isn't. So yeah. Usually when we just see a white frame, it means that they can load the decal, but like, why not? Does this return something? Okay, so it does return a result. Maybe we should look at that. Pronunciate well? Oh, good. Thanks. I'm glad it didn't sound incredibly awful. If result equal to... Well, what are the options? Because I don't even know. We have error and success. So if error, let's just throw here, because why not? It would be nice to know if it didn't work. Well, it definitely worked. I mean, that's why we're seeing all this too, so... It's just not rendering. Why are you not rendering? Video frame, that's that decal. I mean, do we have pixel data? Because I guess that would be the next thing. Unless this is wrong. Could this be wrong? Let's take a look. Maybe it could be wrong. Okay, those look correct. Final video size is 85 by 48 pixels. Offsets by 37 and 0. I mean, yeah. That more or less looks right. So it's just... I guess we could look at the pixel data. I mean, is it actually white? Because maybe it is. No, I'm seeing lots of different color here. So what does that tell me? See, that's interesting. Why... Or maybe I'm not seeing a lot of color. Hold on. I mean, I guess most of this is just black. There we go. There's some more colors. But like... Have I worked on compiler stuff? Not really. Not really my interest. Compilers do all the work for me. Thank you, people that write compilers. So I can do fun stuff. I don't know, I just don't find it that interesting. So... I don't know what to say here. This is just not... It's just not. Yep. That is strange, though. Maybe I forgot something? I'm just gonna check one more time. Maybe I forgot something. Get video frame, delta time, draw decal. Like, it's literally that simple. How... Now, to be fair, okay, hold on. I have this play here. I mean, I don't think that matters, unless it's paused, which could be the case, actually. Let's see if this actually gets called. I guess that's gonna be the next question, right? Does this get called? Yes, it does get called. Does this get called at any point? I don't think it would. Because it would just, yeah, it would just keep doing that, so... It seems correct. But then again, in that other... Like, I didn't pause it at all, so... I guess what I'm saying is... I'm surprised this isn't even necessary, but then I'll just start playing, which I guess is the default, right? It just starts playing. But right now I'm not even seeing it. Why am I not seeing it? Like... Can we... make this normal sized, I guess? For now? Just to see what happens. Even right now, the video itself is all white, or it's not even rendering, I guess is the way to put it. That's strange. Like, I don't think we're passing in the wrong arguments here. Because, I mean, we're seeing the white square, so I'm assuming the white square is... Video draw area is 0, 48. Video offset. Maybe we are seeing it in the wrong place. 0, 48? No, that seems right. Like, that's where it should be, right? If we draw, like, a filled-in rectangle here, we should see it, too. If I just draw it here, it should be the same exact size and the same exact location as it. So we should see that. It's proof that that's where it's supposed to be. Yep. So nothing wrong there. I'm a little stumped. Unless this doesn't return properly. I didn't check if... Well, actually, we kind of already proved that elapsed time is passing, right? We kind of already proved that. Last elapsed was... okay, yeah. Small amount, but that's expected. On this next pass, though, it should be a larger amount. This time I returned 12 seconds, because that's how long I waited, so... Yeah, that more or less should have worked. And I mean, it's not a null pointer, so it's definitely pushing out something. And the... It says the video is loaded, and the video is... Unless I'm, like, viewing it or something, I can't read it, but I don't think that's the case. Nope. What am I missing here? Maybe the Pixel game engine wasn't loaded at that time? Is that a possibility? Let's see. Oh, okay, so timer might get initialized before the PGE has initialized. So maybe we can't load the video beforehand because it might create a decal before? Okay, that's a possibility. So we have to delay or defer loading the video until after it's been initialized. Okay. So we would have to make a new function called like on after PGE load or something, then we'll load the video. Because it appears that the Pixel Game Engine has to load first in order for there to be a proper decal resource for it to actually run on. I think that's the issue. Okay, well now there's nothing, so we have to call that, duh. Okay, so now we call it, and then we should be good, right? I could probably put these back now, because those probably weren't the issue in the first place. I have to go back to Eastern Star, wherever that is, and we'll say on user create, we'll say timer on after PGE load. How about that? Or we could just call it initialize. That's another way we could have done that. There we go. It wasn't supposed to start right away, but you can see when I stop it, it should have paused, so it's supposed to be paused. Why are you not paused? Maybe when we call load, it starts playing it right away, so then we have to call pause, right? Maybe that's why. So let's do that. We load video and we pause it. It doesn't seem to do it. Does pause even work? I guess it's time to find out. Oh. This might actually be a problem. Alright, hold on. I think this might disable, because is audio opened, I think returns false right now. So if that returns false, the function just returns if this or this. Well, actually, is video opened is true. Wait, what? Oh, there's parentheses around here. So this returns true, so the whole statement resolves to true or false, which is true, so we keep going. Is paused should be false, because it shouldn't be paused right now. Oh, wait, yes, it's false. Oh, I commented that out like an idiot. So this is the next statement, which I blocked off. Nice. Good one, Sig. Very good. I can just delete that, actually. A hold check. But yes, that's why pausing was not working. So, run. Oh, now unpause. Hello? Now it's just doing nothing. Okay. Maybe I did it. Oh, yeah, it looks like I did it again here. So, double whammy there. Okay, so play and pause. Should be good now. Start, pause, unpause, stop. Start. And then just starts over again. Okay, cool. I feel like we should just seek to the beginning again, but maybe... it looks like we already do. We just don't update the decal until after. Yeah. And I mean, that's fine. Okay, so we got all that working now. So, render, video... It's a JavaScript. Maybe not necessarily game development. Render video to world record video pane. Render and center video to world record video pane. Tie video controls to speedrun or split hotkeys. Cool. Done. Simple. Okay. So the next step I want to do is make it so this video is not hard-coded in the program, but is available as a configuration option in a config file. And I might also use this time to move the hotkeys that we've implemented for this program so far to just put them in a config file as well. Seems like a good idea. Same with the splits, right? Like we have all this data currently hard-coded into our program. Now we need to move it out of there and move it into its own thing, its own config file. So we're gonna go ahead and actually grab the OLC data file util. I like to grab it. It's a nice little one. We'll go ahead and use it. Start working on generating that next. Reading stuff from a header file or from a data file so that our stuff is not all over the place. Okay, so with that header file in place, it has all inline functions. So there's nothing I would have to define more than once. We're going to keep the config options inside of Eastern Star, probably as like a public function called like get config, or maybe just expose the, you know what, that might be a good idea. Just expose the entire thing. Either that or make like a get config. It can go either way. I like both ideas. So data file. Let's start with, like I said, if I just call it like data, all caps, it'll be very easy to use because then I can just pull from it whenever, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is on user create, we're going to read from a file into a data file. Oh, I need to use it, data file dot read. I think it should be a static. Is it not a static function? We'll see. Utils, data file. Is this not it's not static. What? How is that not a thing? I don't, how is that not a thing? Like, it is a static function, hello? So I was right. Also utils, data file. It's just not popping up for me, I guess. But it should be. This should be data. This should be, like, what is wrong here? Expected an identifier. I just don't understand why it being a static function, it's not lsutils data file. This should be a public static function, right? Called read. How am I not? Is that? Am I going crazy? Did I like forget how to C++? I guess I did. I'm just gonna call it config. I guess I forgot how to C++. That's not how I expected to have to use that. Okay. Anyway. So it's gonna read from that file. I might as well generate it now. We'll put it in... Actually, we should put in assets. That way it's included in feature stuff, maybe? I was thinking unscripted, but again, we're not really using unscripted here, so maybe it should just go in here. I'll keep it in here for now. I think it makes more sense to keep it in the assets folder with everything else config. And then we'll throw that into the resource files. And I'll just be able to edit it from here. So that should be good. So next thing I would like to do is split this up into a couple of things. We have like hotkeys. We have the video, which is like the world record video entry. I could even just put it out here, honestly. Video path, file path. Let me move this over here. So the file path we had hard-coded, and I'm just gonna move that. Where did I put that? There it is. So now the way we're gonna use this is, should I make it static? Oh, maybe I should. You know why? Because what's gonna happen is I'm gonna have to pass engine every time I want to use or read that data. So maybe this becomes static. I kind of like that idea. So I can just do this from now on, and it will be just easier to work with. I think I can do this. If I just do world record video file path, get string, and then I should be fine there. So I like this syntax. I think I'm just going to keep it that way. Okay. So will this be ready by the time everything needs it? Because I think I'm doing it on user create. Can I do it before on user create? I want to say yes. I don't think it doesn't require the engine to be set up. And so some classes might require that. So I'm going to actually move this from here into here. Now that I know this is, because this is static, so it should now be available from the very beginning. So I can just read it right from the start of the program before I even launch the game itself, or the program. Should I rename this? This should be app. Oops. Why does that keep happening? I don't understand why control backspace. In this scenario, what I expect control backspace to do is to do what it does normally. When you control backspace normally, it deletes up to the next like symbol or white space. So when I multi-cursor select, I expect a control backspace to do that as well, but it's not. Why is it not doing that? I'm going insane right now. And I can prove that I'm definitely doing that. Here's our multi-select, and here is control backspace. Like, hello? It used to not do this. So something must have changed in Visual Studio. And that's really disappointing because I hate that it will do stupid stuff like this sometimes. Let me see if I can just scan around and find it real quick. I turn off a lot of features of Visual Studio because it just gets really annoying that it automatically does a lot of things too, so... let me just see here. Nothing that immediately pops out at me. We can search for it real quick, see if the problem exists somewhere. Control backspace MSVC not working properly with multi-select, maybe? Configuration. Oh. Thanks AI, obviously. Stupid. Okay, here we go. Yes. Control backspace with multi-caret will result in all lines being deleted but the first one. Reported on January 26, 2025. Okay, pretty recent. The bug doesn't seem to be triggered if there was a successful removal of at least one character previously. Single characters like right or close parenthesis won't trigger the bug. So if I... Hold on. If I delete one character... No, that still happens for me. We have directed your feedback. This issue is being investigated. The bug is very annoying. I agree, the bug is very annoying. That is not what it should be doing. In the meanwhile, you can use Control plus arrows plus backspace. What? To delete. That works fine. Using the arrow keys, you can select the text. Using Control, you can select whole words. Then you just press... Yeah, that's what I just did because yeah. A fix for this issue has been internally implemented and is being prepared for release. A fix for this issue is now available in the preview release as of April 17th. Wow, so 3 days ago, actually. To try out the fix, install the most recent preview. So now the question is, do I jump to preview or do I wait for the actual release, which is probably going to be in like a month because they just released a new version not too long ago. Ugh. I'm glad it's been addressed. I'm glad it will be fixed. It's just not here yet. And I'm not going to take the time to download it. Oh, maybe it's in here. Hold on. Preview features. Well, I doubt it would actually be in here, so that's that. But yes, the actual... I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just glad it's been addressed as of 3 days ago. Thank you. I'm glad I'm not going crazy here, right? So back to implementing the config file. We've got our hotkeys we're gonna implement. We have our world record video file path we're gonna implement. And we need to move our splits data into... We need to serialize our splits as well. So let's start with the hotkeys. Hotkeys. Where's the header file? Hello? Oh, I just realized the file is called hotkey, and the header file is called hotkeys, so that's why it's still very confused, and why it won't get me to the header file when I do that. Okay, so we're going to serialize these. I think the way to do this is to store them as numbers. So for example, we have start timer equals, and then we have OEM3. Like, I could write a translator for all this, or I could just use the direct key mappings here. I think the whole point is that maybe one day I want to turn these into something I can actually press in the program, be like, press a new key to assign this, this thing or whatnot, right? That would be ideal, but not right now, at least. I'm just gonna write in some comments, say F4, and this is what, OEM3, and then F1 is 37. That's pause timer. I think, and the way I'm going to do this is I'm just going to go down the list, right? So this is index or item 0, item 1, item 2. So if I just go down that list, I don't have to really serialize these. I just use the enum values directly, which I think would work fine. And then, of course, the world record video file path was... Hello? I deleted it already? This, which I'm just going to plug into there for now. I'm hoping it recognizes those quotation marks and it doesn't read them in as actual quotation marks, because I don't think it should. Or maybe... Maybe I can write that too, I'm not sure. The only thing I can't do that I know of is commas, because commas are the separator for multi-items. So I guess I can leave it like that for now. And then the splits themselves... Oh, let me go in here real quick, and we have to serialize all these. So instead of doing this, we're going to read them in when this is created, right? So... in here, we're going to parse the hotkeys. So for const auto key value in data, or not data, Eastern star data, hotkeys, this should return a map of those items. Oh, this isn't... Okay, but we can get the properties themselves? No, we can't. So I do remember this being an issue when I originally... Maybe I should just use the modified version straight from Adventures in Listoria, because that one is so much more flexible. So maybe I should actually use the data file header from here. Only because it has some features that I really have come to like. So it has things like an iterator, a map iterator, where we can actually get those things. Which is very handy, just it's not built into this one, so... Wait, why do I have two? Downloads? Okay, don't open that one. There we go. So this is also going to cause some errors because instead of these, I just need to change them out. So standard C out, standard format, replace these with these, and name, and a new line character, or end line, yeah, end line character, new line character. Goodness. So we'll go for that. We have S file name here. And then we have this one. Duplicate key found. This one's already kind of done for me. Then we have this one. And this one. Oh, we already have a standard format there. One over here. We have 2 things to replace. And get rid of that. So this should mostly stand on its own now. Great. And let's see. So now we have an iterator with the actual key and value. So that's great. Or is this... No, this is a size. Like number of elements. But at least having the keys, like we can iterate through the keys, which is the whole point. And we can count, or we can keep a value. I haven't really had to use this, but you can do this in a for loop now. Set up a variable ahead of time, and then include your iterator, and then go from there. So that's nice. And then we can increment the counter as we go. And are these in order? I think it's an ordered map, right? It should be an ordered map. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Let me see. If it's an unordered map, then we kind of have a problem because I can't rely on the counter to always produce things in order. So I'm looking for, what am I looking for here? It's not an operator, it's begin. Yes, I'm looking for begin. So get keys. Ooh, get keys is an unordered map. So there's no guarantee they will be in order. So how would I go about this then? That's tricky, right? I think there's another way I can do this. I think it's like get... Is there a... I have a map? Anyone? I feel like there should be something that gives me like an ordered map of some sort. From what I remember, anyway. If not, I have to iterate through them all by their vector, which I can do. But it's going to be kind of more annoying. Get index property, get property. Oh, it might be get properties or get, let me see. Get keys, get values. The list of strings that make up property value. So if I do this, I think these are in order because it is a vector and it gives me all the keys in order. So I can go through that instead, which is fine. That's what I'm going to have to do here to get them in order. An unordered map does not guarantee I get what I want here. So this is going to return a string containing the key. And from there, we get to export them. So I guess we do still want to count. Index started at 0. And increment index each time. And for each key, we're going to translate, well, we'll translate the index into a hotkey name and assign that hotkey to the map. So we'll say hotkeys, hotkey name, hotkey. We're just gonna static cast it based on the index becomes equal to whatever the key is. So we have to translate it. We get hotkeys key dot get int, and we do the value itself. So just like that. We do have to convert it to a key though. So we'll cast it. It's a little tricky, but it's the only way to keep the ordering proper. So if I were to run this now, like we can just run the program, it should iterate through the keys in order. So we should be able to see that one after the other. Or we have some unresolved external symbols because that is static, so we have to define it in its source file. Oops. Eastern star data. Cool. Just forgot to do that real quick. Okay, so we do have an error. So take a look. This is under get key. So we actually don't have a key yet. Why are we doing get key under update? An update has occurred before we loaded in stuff? Really? Or rather, maybe the key is not correct. Let's see what does our map have right now? Can we look at hello, white? Okay. Hotkeys is a size of 0. Well, that would explain it. But why is the hotkey 0? I guess we never hit this, huh? Oops. Well, that's wonderful. Did I not save the config file? Is it even reading the config file? I guess that's the first question. Let's find out. So after this should be populated. So hotkeys. Did I type it wrong when I... No, doesn't look like it. So hotkeys is here. It's index 0. And then we have start timer, pause timer, stop timer. 0, 1, 2. And this indexing is very important, by the way. That's why they are still represented in order, because it's this doubled up unordered map plus vector structure. So that all looks correct. I guess my issue is why we're having trouble. We're not even reading into here, first of all. Like, I can put a breakpoint there. We can definitely go into it. So we're here now. Data's still looking the same. So we're going to do get values and see what happens. So we're doing get values. Content apparently is size of 0, which means somehow this is wrong. How can that be wrong, though? Let's try again. Into here. Name is hotkeys. So map objects does have hotkeys here. So we should be going into here and returning it, which we do. Right? So that returns, yes, one of these, or it should have. Okay, so far so good, question mark. So we do get values next, and at this point when we enter into here, like this should be populated with vec objects. Oh, yeah, no, that doesn't look right. That's v content. Oh. So get values returns the... So I'm doing the wrong thing here. I need, instead of get values, I need like get keys. But then it's going to be an unordered map. So I need the ordered version of... Oh, there it is. I'm stupid. Get ordered keys. That's what I was looking for this whole time. Get ordered keys, which then returns a map containing the string and the data file. Data. So now... we should be better off. Yes. Okay. Try that again, shall we? A little bit of an oopsie, but we got it debugged and figured out. So now we should be able to enter here. There we go. So now we've set up our hotkey. Boom. Start timer read in. And then it would be the next one and the next one. The program doesn't crash anymore. We can breakpoint somewhere real quick. And just take a quick look at hotkeys. They're all populated now and with the right hotkeys. So the program itself should work fine now. Cool. And we read those values from a config file, so set up data file, add hotkeys, configurations, and serialization, and parsing. So we're all good there. Now we'll do the other two. Yes, yes, yes. What's next? Reading this in? I think we already do that actually because the video was already working. So that just leaves the splits, which we have to turn into or translate to the configuration file. So for now, I'll just translate it directly with fake split 1. I think a comma separated list would be fine here. I think I might just use like indices for this, like 0, 1, 2, so on and so forth. So I'll probably just do that across the board. And then comma separated list where we write, let's see, I don't even know what the second item is supposed to be. Second item, oh, that's supposed to be the icon, right? So if we provide a file path here, when we serialize and read it in, it will load that icon from that. So maybe I should make a quick little icon, or we can actually import the icons we plan to use for the actual run. So maybe I should do that now. Let me go grab those real quick. So they are right here. No, wait, that's not, those aren't it. They are right. Hold on. They are, where are they? You know what? I remember, let me see, W-Split has them somewhere. Where the heck are these? Oh, here we go. D drive / pictures / Touhou mother speedrun. Pictures. Touhou mother. What? What? Where did these come from? I had to find that folder. Let me just back up here. Touhou mother speedrun. Anything? Nope. I don't think it would be in here. Where are these images from? That's weird. Yeah, Google Drive, maybe? I doubt it. Doesn't look like it. Okay, that's definitely not it. I just don't know where these icons came from. Maybe I can search for the file name. Maybe I'll find it that way. No? Nothing? I mean, I guess it's searching. Nothing found. I don't know where where this specific folder is, I guess. Would be nice to know. Okay, maybe I have to pull out my drive. Hold on, let me try that. I've got a very old drive with old stuff that might actually have it. Maybe it got deleted at some point. I plug it in. Time to dig into history. Sig history. Boy, oh boy, do we love to do that. All right, let's take a look. While it does that, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Oh, here we go. Okay. This looks promising. So it was under what? It just says the icons are supposed to be in here. Uh-oh. Well, this looks exactly like what I had before, right? So, I mean, I don't... That's Twitch icons. Well, okay. I'm guessing if I backed them up, they would be in here. Oh, there we go. Boom. Okay. So these were the icons I used for the different splits in the game. So I might as well port these over now since I've found them. This was the folder I was looking for, exactly. So I guess I'll just add them back in here. Yay, they're back. Dug through a little bit of history. Fun, fun. So, realistically, I would just actually use these icons plus these splits. Like, since the split data is literally right here, I could actually just port these directly into my program. With a little bit of modification, we can get them to look the way they need to be. Let's see here. The next few parts of this class are the split time, the best time, and the number of attempts. So in here we have, looks like 3 comma separated values, I'm not sure. I'm gonna guess this is how long the split took, like the best split time. That's what it looks like to me. Because it's a pretty low number in most situations, while the other ones are higher. One of these two is the number I'm looking for in terms of the run time. So there's a 0 here. This must be the current split time and the best run? No, that doesn't make sense, does it? I don't know what this number is. That's confusing. I wonder if W Splits has documentation on what that is supposed to be. W Splits file format, maybe? Split file, what the heck? That's not gonna help me. W split. Convert live split files to W split. Let me see if trying to get multiple splits for each level, you have to create a split file, create the individual splits yourself. W split. I mean, maybe if we just look at the code, maybe it'll be more obvious, right? So we want to see about reading a file. Program, run editor, detail view. So this looks like a C# project. It's fine. Settings. I would assume it probably has something to do with settings. And oh, you know what? Probably if we open the program, it'll be more obvious because I'm pretty sure that settings program or settings also has this data, like just in columns. Did it open? Oh, there it is. It's always so subtle because it starts off with nothing loaded but this timer, so it's always very sneaky. So we're gonna look at the settings, which I'm pretty sure are, like, if I open the run, I'm pretty sure it'll be obvious at this point what it is. So we can just open that, and we'll see. So I'm gonna go to, oh, it's been forever. Where, new/edit? Oh, here we go. There it is. Okay. So that's what it is. It's old time, then best segment. So old time, from what I recall, is like... wait, actually, what is that? Hold on. Best time is like what the current run is. Like, that's what actually shows up. This was the previous splits, but why does that matter? Why would we care what the old time was? Maybe just for shits and giggles? I don't know. I don't really know why we would care for that, honestly. It's kind of a weird data point. I'm just trying to think. Any specific reason? I don't know. I don't really have one, honestly. Also, these are old splits, so whatever my... Wait, is it? Hold on. 4:48. What is my world record time? I don't even know anymore. Is it really 4:48? I feel like I've cut off a little... Maybe not, actually. You know, 4:48 does sound right. Yep. Okay. So these must be my runs. Is this like... Sell the beer? Okay, is this after or before? Let me see. This is before. Okay. It's funny because that number is exactly when I got the world record. So everything is just one number higher than it was before now. Okay, good to know. Why are some not... Why is it 98%? I guess I've had some runs that didn't... Like, how did I know this was more than 178, you know? Where did I get that number from? Anyway, oh, there it is. The attempts number is right there. So we have to actually store that somewhere else. Or I guess it's stored... Where is the attempt stored? The total attempts is in here. I don't think we got that far yet. The total attempts would go in here, though. It'd just be a UInt32T or something. So obviously we would load that in as well, along with everything else. So I would say total attempts. And in our case, the total attempts is 184. Oh, there it is. It's at the bottom of this settings program, whatever. Also, we can see all the icons are blanked out because they used that old file path, and now, yeah, they're gone. So the total attempts, we're going to say, is now 185 because we have to include that run. So we're just going to ignore the old time column and use the best time column. I still don't get why we have the old time column in the first place. So it's going to go... When we copy over this data... Actually, I might just do this. I might just do it this way. That way we can multi-line edit this and get it all looking proper. Okay. So we'll keep the... What? Where'd all my cursors go? Okay. So how do we do this? Let's see. I don't think realistically I can multi-select everything from this end, so maybe we go the other way. So this is going to be the best... Nope, that doesn't work either. Like, there's no way to do it quite correctly here. Yeah. Oh, so much for that, I guess. I would have to manually select here. But basically what I need to do is select all the lines that have... Maybe I should just write a program to do this for me, this conversion. Could we do that real quick? Let's just do that. I think that'll be faster than me manually hacking away at this, in my opinion. So we're going to need to read in a file. You guys get to see a very input file stream. Data. So we're gonna read in this, like, I'm gonna call it Speedrun real quick. I'm gonna have to copy all this. So we're gonna write a very quick program to translate this into the format we actually need. Just for funsies, but also I think it'll be slightly faster than me doing this myself. This is the file I need to put this in. So we'll call this Speedrun. So reading from a file is as simple as opening IF stream. Okay, there's our data. And then we can read line by line. So I don't need any of this. So we can use getLine, or maybe standard getLine. I think that's preferred. Where we provide a string to write to. So line. I think first is the iStream itself, and then the line. So basically, we do this while data end of file. While not data end of file, I should say. We'll get the line. Now all the data for that line is in the variable line. For HF8, thank you for the follow. Appreciate the support. Okay, so let me just grab one instance of what our data looks like. First, we're going to read until we find an open parenthesis. Everything up to the open parenthesis is our title. So, and we're going to guarantee every line has parentheses, I guess. Let me get rid of the new line at the end because I feel like, oh, never mind, we're good. So yeah, everything up to the open parenthesis. Let's read until that point. So we'll do... We need a counter to keep track of where we are in the line, so we'll just write a little... What is this? Marker? Yeah, we'll start at 0, while line marker is not equal to open parenthesis. We'll advance the marker. Once we're there, everything up to that point becomes the title, so we'll store that. Title, or split title, is going to be line substring, everything from 0 to marker. So far, so good. Next, everything from the parenthesis to the end parenthesis, close parenthesis, is going to be... So we have to store this now. We have to know what this was. So we'll have a previous marker. So previous marker equals marker after each one of these. Okay, so then we go previous marker to marker. Oh wait, is this size? Hold on. Oh, that's count. So I have to do marker minus previous marker to actually get what I want there. So this isn't the split title now, this is the attempt count. We can turn that into an int. I think I'll do that right there. S2I. And then next we have... We're going until we find a dash. Actually, we don't need this percentage. We can ignore that. So we're going to actually go to the second comma. So we're going to find a comma, and then we're going to find one more comma. So we'll do that 2 times. Store the previous marker. Wait, is this right? We need to store the previous marker after we've done the calculation, not before. Otherwise, we're just messing everything up here. Okay, so this number right here is going to be a float. And it's going to be the split time. Okay. But wait, we have to go to... So we found a comma, so we're here, or we're here now. We have to go to the next comma, actually. Marking the previous marker. And then go to the next comma. Then we can mark with previous marker again. Actually, we don't even need it at this point. We can just grab the rest. Or maybe not, because I would like to go previous marker +1 here until the end. So if I just do this, I think it goes all the way to the end. And we need to do S2F here. So this final one is the best split time, which is also S2F. Okay. If I did this right, I should have values that make sense here, so I'm just going to output them real quick. And we'll take a look at what we got. So we have title, we have attempt count, we have split time, and we have best split time. So hopefully we parse that correctly and it makes sense. And then we can go from there. Let's take a look, shall we? And it broke. All right, where'd it break? It says invalid S2I argument, so maybe this is messed up. So split title, the crash is correct. It's just everything beyond there failed apparently. Let's see. So markers at position 15. That's going to be like 1, 0, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That looks correct because that's the closed parenthesis. Previous marker was at 11. 14, 13, 12, 11. So probably that open parenthesis was included, so I meant to do previous marker plus 1. So we didn't include the actual character we were looking for there. That's probably what did it. Which means I probably also have to subtract 1 from the previous marker on this end. Otherwise, we're going 1 too far. There we go. So let's take a look. The crash, attempt count 178. Split time, hold on, let me pull this up too, so we're comparing directly here. So attempt count 178, split time 298.89. That's not correct. Best split time is also 298.89, huh? That's also not correct. What? Oh, you know what? I see what I did wrong here. We were already at a comma, so finding another comma, we were already there, so it doesn't have to look anymore. So we have to actually advance the marker afterwards, funny enough. So I get to marker plus plus after I found them, or after I found 1, so that I'm not finding it again. And then do the same thing again, so we're skipping it. It's just kind of weird. Yeah. So now let's look at it. Now we got the 277.46. There's our 275. Next one, Scarlet Devil Mansion. 176 attempts. 518.58. 216.03. Let's scroll down a little bit. Rinboku-san. Right there. Attempt counts 12. Split times 9970.98. That is correct. And then best split time 505.86. So it looks like we did it. So we parsed everything correctly there. So now that we have the data sorted out, we can just output it into the format we would like. So I'm going to now output it in a different format instead of this. And I'm just going to output it in the console so I can copy paste it. But we could also write it to a file if we really wanted to. So for the title, now let's go back to our config file and how we want it to look, right? First, we need an index number, so we will have to include that while we're doing this. Index starts at 0, and we will count up with each one. We can't do that in a while loop, only in for loops. So index plus plus. So first, we're going to add a tab character, and then we do index here. And then we do a dash, no, we do an equals, and then we do the title, followed by a comma, followed by, I have to go back to our program here, followed by an icon path. Oh, you know what? I could parse icon paths right now too. That's just in an, you know what? That's probably just in order here. Let me see. It's just icon1.png, icon3.png, wait. 5, what? Oh, there it is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are all in order for the splits. So I just have to put icon index plus 1.png or something. So we can do that. Yes. So we can do, I want to say assets slash, wait, that should go over here. Assets slash icon whatever dot png. This should be index plus 1. And then I have the, it's not going to be attempt count next. It's going to be whatever this is. This is the, so we have split time, then best time, and then attempts. So the split time is going to be here. Split time, best time, and then attempts after. Split time, best time, attempts. So index equals, no, that should be split title, right? Index equals split title, comma, index plus 1, comma, split time, best split time, attempt count. Okay, so it just made our config file for us, essentially. Thank you. Ideally, I want to use tabs here, so I'm going to replace those. That's not right. Can I just middle click this, I think? I think we can. I'm pretty sure I've done this before. Is it control? There is a way to do this. I know there is. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. There was definitely a way. Oh, there we go. It's Alt. Okay. So do that. Replace. Oh my god, the stupid bug. There we go. So that's tabs. These are... Hold on. That's not right. Okay. My... What is... God damn it. Alright, do this again. Okay, skip over to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, space. Better? Better. I guess I should replace these, huh? Don't really want there to be a random... Oops. I don't want there to be a random space there. Better? That looks good. Well, if I did everything correctly, then these are all correct now. Oh, I should have added +1 to all the attempt counts. Let me do that real quick. Because the attempt counts are supposed to be +1, so I'm just going to add 1 to here, and output them again. I might as well, because they're supposed to be +1. Anyway, so I'll do that one more time. No biggie. Do that. Then do this, and we are good. Yep. And then the total attempts is 185. Very good. That's all the data converted. I just have to make sure none of these titles had like commas in them, because that would mess up the parsing and I would have to do something special with them. I don't think any of these had commas in them, so that's looking good. Cool. Now that I have that in there, let's go back to the program. Funny how we made a program to let us write our program. We're gonna parse the splits now. So we'll do that in timer on after PGE load. So once again, we will do 4. We have to do these in order as well. How crazy is that? So once again, we'll have the, I think it's key name, and then the data for it itself. String star data. So this is splits dot get ordered keys, because the order is important this time. So for each key, we're going to go through and we're going to add them to our splits. Splits and place back. So we start with the name. The name should be the first element. Actually, these are all in order, so that's kind of nice. I may just do a shorthand for this, because it's kind of a nice little trick. Oh wait, we have the data already though for this key, so we can just go data get string for element 0. Then we have get string for element 1. So this, instead of this being a renderable, I guess we could load the renderable here. So I need to get the pictures and put them inside of assets. That way we can load them from this folder. So now we're going to create a new renderable and store it inside of... Where do we store it? So this object has to own all the renderables that split. So splits own the renderables then. So this isn't going to be a reference wrapper anymore. It's going to be the actual storage container for the icon itself. It kind of has to be. There's no other structure that owns this right now. So splits will be responsible for an icon, which means, why doesn't this work anymore? Oh, because now that it's owning, it can't be optional. Which is fine, because a split should have an icon. Should being the keyword. We can't copy is the thing. This just has to be set. Wait, moved? Renderables can't be moved? Is that right? Or no, wait. There we go. Yeah, renderables have to be moved, so I should be able to do this, just I can't copy them, I have to move them. Which is fine. Alright. So back over here, we're going to create our renderable R. We could create it in place, but I'm just going to do it here. R load. We're going to load using data get string 1. It's going to return whether it worked or not. Result. If result is not equal to fail, or actually, yeah, if it's not equal to okay, then what? Then we just give it nothing, right? Let me think. Because I want to provide here the optional, so I guess we'll do this then. Split icon. So by default, we'll make it blank. So if it's okay, we're going to move that into split icon. And then we will pass that into here. Next, we have the split time, which is the index element 2. Should be a float, or in this case, we're passing a real. Second index, and then the third index should be the best time. And then finally, the number of attempts, which should be an int. And that's all of our data we need to serialize all that. So let's see if that worked. I don't actually render the icons yet, so it's just going to load them in. At least I don't think I rendered icons. No matching overload function found. Really? Let's see. String. Oh, this is a string view. Does that work? No, that doesn't work. So let's not do a string view. Also, I think it doesn't match in the sense of the other types too, because I probably didn't anticipate using other... What the... Get out of here. Yeah, I have some weird stuff going on here, so I'm just going to change this. Not use the string view there. I have two doubles here, which get real will interpret, and then I have an... I guess this needs to be an int now. I think that will auto-convert though, but I think the main problem was the string view. Nope, it still doesn't like it. I mean, the optional renderable is now matching here, unless I screwed something else up. Oh, probably in the actual CPP file. Hold on, split.cpp? Wait, no, this is just a header file with an inline constructor made. So that can't be it. What is going on? Because that's what I passed in here, right? That's number 2. So name, icon, split time, get real returns... Oh, get real returns a float? For some reason I thought they returned doubles, but okay. Floats. Looks like it's still doing it. Does it say anything else? Standard optional attempting to reference a deleted function. Oh, it's doing that again. Right. Okay. So my only option then is to... I have to like make it on the fly, basically, which is fine. I can do that. So I'll just provide the name of the file path then. I think you can use a string view here though. I'm pretty sure. String view. Let's do icon path. And then based on icon path, we will generate the icon from there, which will be a brand new renderable, which we then have to load in. So we'll just do that here. Icon, well, icon equals renderable. And then icon load. Value load. Only if the icon path is not blank, I guess. So I guess we can still say this is an optional just to make sure, right? If icon path has value, then go ahead and load in an icon. We should be good. Okay. So we don't want to use string view here. You know what? That makes sense. Finally, change this to be data get string 1. And we want to make sure it actually worked. If it didn't, we'll just fail. We will throw if it's not okay. That's it. Are you happy now, Tyler? Be happy? It looks happier. Okay, so we can see here the splits are showing up, so that's good. I wish while it was not starting that I could scroll like with my mouse wheel or something. But yeah, they're all there. All the data is loaded. All the data looks correct. I guess if it doesn't have a time though, then I would want to show it as like dashes or something instead of zeros. But yeah, it loaded all my speedrun splits from before, so that's good. Right. Cool. So we have successfully serialized everything. I'm also adding new icons. That's fine. I'll just throw them into the project. Why not? Serialized all splits. Added split icons. Oh, you know what? We need to actually display the split icons. I just realized. Let's do that real quick. So render split. We drew the rectangle for the icons, but we need to actually draw the icon, or the icon itself. Draw decal if split icon has value. I'll go ahead and draw it. Scale. So this is interesting. We're gonna have to scale the image based on the size of it. We kind of have to do that centering thing again. So maybe I should just make it a utility function. Because we had to do that for the video. Like, scale to a certain size is what I'm calling this. So maybe we should just make this a general utility function. And then return an offset based on that area we're drawing in. I kind of like this as a utility function. I think we should go for it. So I'm going to open up util. We're basically going to copy this functionality into here and make a new global function called... so we need to output a vf2d containing draw offset. Well, I guess we'll write that here. Returns the draw offset for rendering a decal. It's specifically for a decal, so I need to actually include the OLC Pixel game engine for this. Returns the draw offset for rendering a decal. If I want to generalize it to not be for a decal, I would have to specify the width and height of the image going into it. But then I would also need the VF2D structures anyways, so I would need to include that no matter what. I also would rather it be a draw area, like a rectangle, so I could even go one step further and say we need the geometry util, which includes the Pixel game engine already, I think. At least I made it do that. Wait, what? No, it's the other way. The Pixel game engine includes the util. Got it. So it's already like that. Returns a draw set for rendering a decal based on a given position. So this will be draw or render centered image, or get center image, I guess is what we want to do. So we specify a very specific rectangle containing the draw area that we're interested in and the decal itself. Image. I don't even need the decal necessarily, I need the sprite. That's all I really care about. So from here, instead of doing this, we do that. And then instead of that, we use draw area. Draw area. And we can kind of just return this like so. So they'll figure out how to scale it, and it will choose the ratio that makes the most sense, and then squeeze it into there without affecting the aspect ratio. I guess I should mention that. We'll scale the image up/down without affecting its original aspect ratio. Yes. So we can go back here now. Instead of doing all this, we just say, if I include util, just return a video offset by doing util center image, provided with video frame sprite size, or just the sprite even, and then the video draw area, and it will do the rest for us. Oh, I do need what the actual scale is supposed to be. So should I just call this draw centered image and do the drawing myself? I kind of think that's a more useful utility. If I've gone this far already, then I might as well specify the engine instance itself. Or pixel game engine, and actually do the drawing myself. If I'm going to do the drawing myself, I'm also going to provide the ability for optionally a tint, which by default we'll say is white. Okay. I think this would make more sense than returning something. That way you can't misuse it. So we'll say it renders. So we actually do want to render a decal now. So we're just going to say decal based on a given position, a given bounding area. sprite size. Cool. And then instead of doing this, this just becomes the, well, it's what we had before. We called it the video offset, but now it's going to be the, I shouldn't call these video things anymore. These are more like image, let me refactor. Image size, and then final image size, and then image offset with the draw area. And then instead, we would just use the draw decal call, like so. Because we still need that ratio, which we calculated earlier. So instead of video frame, this is the decal itself. These are now image and image. Well, this is draw area. Cool. So it will just look like this now. Then we go back here and we can just do, since it's drawing something, I'm going to change the name of it to draw center image. And we can say util draw center image, providing the engine, the video frame itself, and the video draw area. We also have to apply the tint argument if it's specified. There we go. Simplified that down, and now we can use the same functionality over here, which is what we're trying to do with that icon. So instead of doing this, I'm now going to do util draw center image given engine with the icon split icon value. It should be a renderable, so I have to do decal draw area. So it starts at split pause. We have 2D, 2, 2, and then it has a size of 20 by 20. Tint remains white. And then that's just the outline for it. Let's take a look. Already defined. Oh. Why are we including it twice? Did I accidentally, like, goof? How did I goof? Oh. Is this a circular reference? Hold on. There's no way, right? There's no way, right? Shouldn't be. Why are we defining twice? That's not good. It says it's in twice in video. Does that make sense? Video.h includes geometry and media. But it needs that. That makes sense. This doesn't include util, does it? Includes timer and hotkeys, and we know timer includes video, so that loops around hotkeys. So it's required there. Is it required in here, though? I think it is for this, right? Yeah, it's required for multiple things here. I guess I have to header guard it. Oh, this is kind of weird, because I expected it to just be... Wait. I can just inline these two. That would be easier. I don't know why I'm not inlining them. Okay. So there's our images. Apparently in W-splits, these images were smaller, so now they're scaled up. Kind of silly. I could turn on... Hold on. Let me turn on filtering for these. Maybe that'll make them look a little less ugly. because normally pixel filtering is off. That way the pixel values scale correctly, but I can turn it on. See how that looks. But yeah, apparently they're for a much tinier size, so I'm not gonna... I would have to find where I got these images originally, which I can't really do right now. It's fine. It's whatever. I don't really care that they are blurry like that right now. But something to think about for the future. At least they're loaded now into these, so that's cool. Okay. So far, so good. Add split icons. Applied split icons to splits. Good. Okay, we're making good progress with the program. I think this is a good place to stop for now. So the next time we are around, I think we're mostly going to start looking at the memory management for the program. So a long time ago, I wrote a program that allowed us to peek at some memory values in the game and let us get stuff like boss health, and basically we want to make an auto splitter out of it. So while we're playing, we don't have to manually hit it. It should be able to auto detect, oh, after this like event occurred or this has been toggled, it should cause a split, like that kind of deal. Ideally, that's what we would want. I don't know how successful that's going to be or what the triggers for some of these are going to be. Most of these are when a boss is defeated, which is very easy to detect. Some of these are more like a screen transition, so we would have to find a new value for like what map we're on, or something very similar to that. Things to think about for next time. But these are in. We still have to make the actual program like track, okay, a run has started, a run has stopped, that kind of thing. And actually write them to the file, although that's not going to be too bad. Like, we haven't... This is only read only right now. We're going to have to make these writable, which we have the ability to write. We just have to modify what the data is before we send it back. So we can do that later. A lot of things to think about with the program, but it's slowly starting to come together. At least the basics are looking good. And we got the video, you know, honestly, the video playing, I was not expecting to get that to work. So the fact that this PEGX just worked kind of like first try with minor tweaks, it's kind of cool. So yeah, just cool things to think about. Fun. Anyways, for those of you that tuned in tonight, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. It's been a pretty productive coding session. Have a good one. See you next time.